proceedings. Where are we starting today?
Your Honor, I think we can start with Ms. Cynthia Deere for her sentencing today.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-01680. Were you Cynthia Boyd?
Yes, I was. I got married along the way.
Right. We're on the record in docket 20-01680. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Cynthia Boyd and now Cynthia Deere. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Deere, who's standing to my right today.
And ma'am, you are Cynthia Deere, is that correct?
Yes, that's
all right, thank you. This is the time set for sentencing today. Ms. Zell, is there any restitution on this matter?
I do not believe there is, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Goodrich, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Allocution, Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is a matter that occurred about 5 years ago, almost to the day at this point, where Ms. Deere basically told a white lie to her work that while she was missing, she was going to be missing work so she could interview for another job, and that she had jury duty. And then unfortunately, when she got called on the lie, that she doubled down and ended up committing a criminal act that she deeply regrets, Your Honor. Since that time, Ms. Deere has, as she stated, she's gotten married. She works full-time at Hatch Stamping, doing pretty well there. She has not had any run-ins with the law over this period of time. Reading through the pre-sentence report, one of the first times I ever remember seeing where probation's reads through and it's like, yeah, she doesn't seem to have any needs and just doesn't seem to need probation at this time. So, I would ask the court to follow the recommendation here. I think the request to have her do 24 hours of community service is fair. I don't think the court needs to monitor her any further based on what she's done over the last 5 years, Your Honor. So I would just ask the court to follow the recommendations in this case.
Thank you. Mrs. Zell, do you have any comment on file 20-01680?
No, Your Honor, we would ask that the recommendation be followed by the court.
All right. Ms. Deere, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
I apologize for my stupid action. That's the only thing I can really truly say.
Ms. Deere, I don't think I can punish you any more than you've already been punished.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this was actions done. You ended up pleading the use of the computers. I'm going to correct here that computer should be spelled without an N, and that the fines and costs in this matter, the $75 should be under the crime victims' rights fee. But there's no doubt that this is a learning process, right? It's absolutely a learning process. So it is ordered. I'm going to follow the recommendation with limited alteration. But it is the order of the court to spend 2 days in jail, credits given for 2 days previously served. This is for a guilty plea on the computer to commit a crime. Computers to commit a crime, it's use of computers. The fine is $100. We'll have no costs. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum court cost fee of $50 for a grand total of $225. And I'm going to refer that to collections. Okay, so that 225 will be referred to collections. You're to perform 24 hours of community service within 90 days. That's the order of the court. I'm not putting you on probation. No more jail. And that pretty much is a recommendation. So whatever you said to the probation agent, they took a look at this and they're like, I think we've done enough here. I doubt this will ever happen again.
No,
Right.
it will not. It will not.
Without saying, Mr. Goodrich, is anything you'd like to say?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's the judgment of sentence, no probation, $225 referred to collections. I will sign this judgment of sentence, 3/13/2025. Anything else for the record in 20-01680, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Deere, do you have any questions concerning the judgment of sentence?
No, sir, I did not.
All right, good luck to you, Ms. Deere, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So if you go down to probation, they'll set you up on the community service,
Okay,
whoever's monitoring that, okay, man?
okay, perfect. Thank you so much. That was my next question.
Fifth floor.
Fifth floor. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Where are we going next, Ms. Azell?
I believe that we can go on the Vanessa Watson case.
Awesome. Yes. All right, so we're on the record. Austin's joining us on via Zoom. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00662. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Vanessa Watson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Watson, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you can unmute. And you are Vanessa Watson, is that correct?
Good morning, I'm Vanessa Watson.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Watson?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be leaving this up for a preliminary examination.
Okay, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
We'll leave on for March 20th at 8:30. So, Ms. Watson, I will see you on next 20, let's see, 20. So it'll be next Thursday at 8:30. You'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing for your preliminary examination. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 25-00662, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Watson, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
We'll let in the Motorola just to see. Right, and Miss Azell, what file are we calling next?
If we could call Dwayne Williams next.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00664. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Dwayne Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Williams, who's standing to my right today.
And sir, you are Dwayne Williams, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be leaving this up for a preliminary examination.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
So leave on for March 20th at 8:30. So we've had the probable cause conference. The preliminary examination is going to be left on for March 20th at 8:30. That'll be live in person, just like we are now on the 6th floor. And I'll see it here on next Thursday at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00664, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, we'll see you, Mr. Williams, next week at this time. Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Have we had an Anthony Anglin sighting on Zoom?
Oh, he might be the Motorola, actually.
Let's see. Oh, that's right. Let's see. On the Motorola, on the cell phone, Motorola Moto G5G 2024. Could you please identify yourself? We just let you in the Zoom courtroom.
My name is Anthony Anglin.
Anthony Anglin. All right. We'll rename you, sir. You're in the right place. So stand by.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 1805291. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Anglin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Anglin, who's appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are Anthony Anglin, is that correct?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Anglin?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for, this is a modification of bond that was added to the docket. Mr. Goodrich, I think this is Mr. Anglin's motion.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, it is a standard bond condition that a defendant not be allowed to leave the state of Michigan while their case is pending. Just to give starting with a little background on this matter, if the court notices, obviously this is a file from 18. Mr. Anglin was charged in early 18 with these facts. That case got dismissed. Then after the case got dismissed, he moved to Henderson, Kentucky, where he's resided for the last 6.5 years. Then when he came up over the holidays to visit his child and the child's mother in Detroit, he got picked up on this warrant and has been addressing it with the court. He has already done a plea on that matter. He's scheduled to be sentenced on a misdemeanor, I think in about a month.
April 24th.
Yes. And anyway, he had been allowed to stay with, his child's mother and her family during this period. But unfortunately, Your Honor, there's a reason they weren't together in the first place, and things have, I think, gotten a little frosty, and they have asked him to leave at this point. So we were just asking the court allow him to return to his home in Henderson, Kentucky. I pulled out my map on the phone. Essentially, it's right on I-69, just about 6 hours south of Lansing. So I would just ask that he be allowed to return there. He understands he still needs to drive up here to be sentenced in a month, and he's fine doing that. Like I said, it's a route he's done many times. So that is just the only modification that we're asking.
Does Mr. Anglin have an address in Kentucky that we can update?
Mr. Anglin, can you state what your address in Henderson, Kentucky is?
It is 923 Larkspur. That's LARKSPUR Court. And that's in Henderson, Kentucky, 42420.
Say, name that zip code again, sir.
42420.
So the request for the modification of bond is out-of-state travel, updated address to be living in Henderson, Kentucky, which essentially was the place of where he was residing up until this was reissued.
Yes.
I would think.
Yes.
All right, Mrs. Zell, any comment from the prosecutor's office?
Just, Your Honor, that it appears that Mr. Anglin has appeared for all of his court dates. We have no concern that he wouldn't appear for his sentencing if this is granted.
All right. So, Mr. Anglin, you understand you have a sentencing that you'll have to come up for April 24th at 8:30. We've updated your address, and I will allow a modification of bond for a change for out-of-state travel. Let's make that first part of it so we don't. For out-of-state travel, so I'll remove the out-of-state travel. And then we'll update the address for the Henderson, Kentucky address.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I appreciate you, Mr. Goodrich.
All right, anything else for the record in docket 1805291, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
Your Honor, we would just like to thank the court for squeezing this in a short period of time and in addressing this issue for Mr. England. So,
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich, and you've certainly covered for those in front of you, so that's not a problem. You've done you've covered for when we've requested, and so we're happy to do it. Mr. England, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yeah, thank you.
Once again, thank you, Your Honor.
In jail post 3, could you identify yourself, sir?
Jimmy Fraser.
Frazier?
The other guy's Ronnie Williams.
Then in jail post 2, you're Ronnie Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's your client, Mr. Palmer? All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500575. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ronnie Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Palmer, of the Public Defender's Office, on behalf of Mr. Ronnie Williams, who appears today from the via Polycom from the Eaton County Jail.
And sir, you are Ronnie Williams, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a PCC hearing or probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we'll be asking this be left on for the preliminary examination.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Palmer?
That's a fair statement, Your Honor. I've already met with Mr. Williams. We've agreed that we wanted to leave this matter set for preliminary examination. I will also note I'm not addressing bond today. Mr. Williams has other matters that are holding him in the jail.
All right, we will reset for March 20th at 9 o'clock. That is a week from today. So Mr. Williams, we'll see you live in person on March 20th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
All right, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything else for the record in 2500575, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Palmer?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Judge, I also have an 8:30 PCC, which I haven't seen my guy here yet. I was gonna run down the hall because I have to take care of something. In
Yeah.
Words real quick. if that's
No
okay.
problem. And then you can come back.
Yeah, I'll swing back. I know Judge.
We know where you are.
Thank you. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500273. And Ms. Hunter, this is your case. You can unmute. Ramona Hunter, you can unmute. Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in 2500273. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ramona Hunter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Yang.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Yang on behalf of Ms. Hunter, who is present via Zoom, and we consent to this hybrid hearing.
Thank you. And ma'am, you are Ramona Hunter, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Hunter?
Yes, I just don't know how to unmute it when it's muted.
You and many other people, but that's okay. We can hear you fine.
Thank you.
Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today at the PCC?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Ms. Hunter will be seeking screening for mental health court in both this case and her misdemeanor case that is in front of you as well. We are asking at this time for an adjournment so that that screening can take place and that the felony case can align with the misdemeanor case on the schedule.
All right. Is this that's a fair statement, Mr. Yang?
It is, Your Honor.
Are we looking, if we're adjourning this, are we looking to waive the 21-day rule? Because I don't know the time frame for specialty court.
Yes, Your Honor. So today I'd request a 21-day waiver.
Okay.
I've spoken to Ms. Hunter about this, and she understands the timeline waiver. It's not a hearing waiver. So we had a date of, I believe it's April 22nd for the misdemeanor case.
Okay,
Was what was given on Tuesday. So if we can try to be right around there, I think that'll help to keep this together. The referral has already been made to 55th District Court's specialty court.
it would probably be the following Thursday, because that'd be a misdemeanor on the Tuesday, right?
Yes, I can do it that same,
Or we could, yeah, if everybody's available.
on the 25th of April.
Yep.
I don't know if that works for Mr. Yeah.
Does that, so April 25th, what time?
8:30, please.
Does that work?
It
That'd be the same week.
25 at 8:30.
Yeah,
Yeah, that works for me.
all right. Mr. Yang may inquire of your client of the waiver of the 21-day rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hunter, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Joseph Yang, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It's my understanding it is your wish today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days. You wouldn't be waiving your right to a prelim in general, just waiving your right to a prelim within 21 days, so we can reset this with the misdemeanor and continue your progress towards a specialty court. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And do the people also waive the right to a prelim within 21 days?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, I find the waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will reset for the date indicated. So that'd be April 25th at 8:30.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
So,
But not
just
about the
yesterday-
facts of the case, only about the process,
No.
ma'am.
No, yesterday you gave me a court date for the 22nd, but that's on a Saturday.
The 22nd is on a Tuesday. April
No.
22nd is on a Tuesday, and we've set this for April 25th, which is a Friday.
Ramona, I will email you the notice so that you'll see, and we'll talk offline.
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Hunter, Mr. Yang will be in contact with you. We'll see you on that April 25th at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the 25th at 8:30?
Yes, 25th at 8:30, and Mr. Yang will be in contact with you. Ma'am, you should be all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're ready on Devon Keeger next.
And we do have a warrant.
Is that on the new misdemeanor file?
That's on the misdemeanor. Let's do.
Yes, Your Honor, I
PCC
advise Mr.
first,
Cager of that.
and then we'll arraign him on the warrant. All right, so. All right, so we're on the record. That's what, you want to do that? The arraignment after the PCC, yeah. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00526 and 25-00561. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Devon Keeger. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Austin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jared Austin appearing on behalf of Mr. Cager. He stands present to my right.
And sir, you are Devon Keeger, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. When we have two files, we can separate them, of course. But Mrs. L, how are we proceeding on both files? One file, you let me know.
Your Honor, I am filling in today for Mr. Adam Pfeiffer. It's my understanding there is no offer on either of these cases at this time, and we are asking that both be left set for preliminary examination.
All right, that's a fair statement to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Austin.
It is, Your Honor, and we would join in that request. We would just ask that the preliminary hearings remain on as scheduled for next week.
All right, so we'll leave on for prelim on March 20th at 9 a.m. for the scheduled prelim. So that'll be in front of me next Thursday at 9 a.m., Mr. Cager. All right, sir? All right, anything else for the record in 25-00561 or 25-00526, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Austin?
Just a minor thing, Your Honor. If Mr. Cager, if he could have another notice to appear for that, I think he may no longer have that.
We'll print out a notice for Mr. Cager for that date at this time next week. Besides the copy of the notice, anything else, sir?
With that, nothing additional, Your Honor, on the felony files.
All right, so that's all for the record on 25-00526 and 25-00561, and then we have this misdemeanor that I'll arraign. I think so. Mr. Cager will have to go down and get his fingerprints on the new arraignment. He's fingerprinted. Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00607. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Devon Cager. This is set for arraignment today. Mrs. L, appearance for the record.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Austin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jared Austin, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cager for the purpose of arraignment only.
And you are Sir Devon Cager, is that correct once again?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set aside for arraignment today, and I'll read to you the allegations have been made against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is alleged that on or about December 4th of 2022 at the offense location of 513 West Hillsdale Street in the apartment one and a half, apartment half, city of Lansing, Ingham County, that you did in count one, what's commonly referred to as attempted interfering with electronic communications, did attempt to commit the following listed offense, and the attempt did act towards the commission of that offense, but failed in the perpetration or was prevented in the execution thereof, contrary to MCL 750.92, interfering with electronic communications, did willfully and maliciously prevent, obstruct, or delay by any means the sending, conveyance, or delivery of an unauthorized communication by or through a telephone or telephone line, contrary to MCL 750.50, 540, parents A. That's a misdemeanor, 1 year and or $1,000. Upon conviction of attempted felony, court shall order law enforcement to collect DNA identification profiling sample. That's count one. In count two, what's commonly referred to as domestic violence, yourself, Devon Terrell Cager, did in honor about December 4th, 2022, at the offense location of 513 West Hillsdale Street, apartment half, city of Lansing, did make an assault or an assault and battery upon Lily Janet Chavone Rose, an individual whom he had a child in common, or an individual with whom he had a dating relationship, contrary to MCL 750.81, parents 2. That's a restitution. This event may result in restitution if there's property damage or physical injury or death to another individual. This is a misdemeanor, 93 days and or $500. A consecutive sentence may be imposed under the law of the state of Michigan if the assault happened in a place of confinement. Mr. Cager, do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You have certain rights in this matter, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. This is a 1 year misdemeanor and a 93-day misdemeanor. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have witnesses against you appear at trial to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today for purposes of this arraignment by Attorney Jared Austin, who would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you at trial by the people of the state of Michigan. He's only representing for arraignment purposes. Does Mr. Cager plan on getting further representation from your office on this file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to put yes as to the PD. You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand the nature of your misdemeanor jury trial rights in this matter, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. There is going to be, because of the nature of the offense, there's going to be a no contact order with Lily Anna Rose. I have the 312 South 8th Street as the address. Is that it? do you have an updated address? Or do you have an updated address to that?
No, sir.
Okay, and that won't be a problem with the no contact? Okay. All right. We have a pretrial set on this in front of myself on March 25th, 2025 at 9:30. I'll indicate that arraignment on new file. We confirmed the address. Do you have a good phone contact number for the court file?
Sir, it's 517-326-8112.
112. Are you on probation or parole, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed at?
That Express. It's an agent. I mean, it's a temp agent.
Temp agency? Okay. All right, I'll automatically enter a not guilty plea for purposes of this arraignment. Mr. Austin, would you like to be heard on bond?
I would, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Cager, I know he has multiple cases pending, both felony and misdemeanors. I think it's important to point out they all involve the same complaining witness. And Mr. Cager has either had to post 10% or cash surety bonds, I believe, in all of them. So he's bonded out through a bondsman. So he has substantial skin in the game, so to speak, as it relates to posting that. I believe he's also on GPS tether. So I think there's adequate safeguards put into place to assure the safety of the complaining witness. To the best of my knowledge, Your Honor, he is in good standing on all of his pretrial release conditions on all of those cases. To the best of my knowledge and belief, he's also complying with his duties to report to pretrial services on the felony files. Mr. Cager has appeared here today in person. I'm unaware of him having a history of failing to appear in court in any other matters. From what I can see on his iChat, Your Honor, the last time he was convicted of anything was about 8 years ago, which was an R&O. Prior to that, he had several nonviolent misdemeanors, mainly retail frauds. He is living here. He has ties to the community. As he stated, he's employed. Given that, Your Honor, I think a personal recognizance release would be appropriate given Mr. Cager's other matters and the monies he's already posted and the GPS tether that he's being monitored on. So that's what I would ask the court to respectfully impose, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Zell, any comment concerning bond in this matter?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the cases that are in front of you they're all violent cases. These are all assaultive cases, except the one that he's being arraigned on today. And that arraignment today is stemming from those same cases, that same victim, the contact that he wasn't supposed to have. Your Honor, we ask that you take that into consideration, take the safety of the victim into consideration when setting this bond.
Thank you. So if you're able to make bond, sir, I'll set the following bond conditions concerning this matter. Is there a current GPS on this victim, Miss Lily Jana Chavone Rose?
I believe there is, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm not gonna duplicate any of the order. But there's no use of alcohol or drugs without a prescription or marijuana. No assaultive behavior. No out-of-state travel. No contact with the victim in the matter. There's a GPS on the victim, but we have no contact with Lily Jana Chavone Rose. And that is 2,000 feet of her residence, place of business, school, business, or person. And that's direct or indirect contact. So nobody should be contacting Ms. Rose on your behalf. No possession of a firearm or dangerous weapon. And this is a 1 year and 93 days, so I won't order the report to pretrial services within 48 hours. I've had the opportunity to see the criminal history in this matter. And there's a 2008 home invasion, an attempt B&E out of 2011, a retail fraud out of 2012, a retail fraud out of 2012, retail fraud out of 2013, an attempt R&O out of 2013, a retail fraud out of 2014, an attempt R&O out of 2017, so based on the criminal history involved here, also that the complaining victim is the same victim in other files, and we have some felony files, I'm going to set bond at $4,000, 10%. My understanding is that fingerprints are already done. You can go with my court officer, and they'll your bond is set at $400. That's the 10%, so it's $400. You're all set, sir. You can go with Megan.
I'll let you call it, Jim.
Love it. And Mr. Austin, you also have Mr. Wells Tanner.
I do, yes.
Mr. Frazier's here.
And I'm covering up.
You're covering for Mr. Feigelson.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then,
This is Harry Jackson. He's got a PCC at 9 o'clock.
all right, we can do Mr. Jackson if we're ready to go since he's here. That's Mr. Palmer.
Yes, Judge.
And Mrs. L, you ready to go on Mr. Jackson?
I am, Your Honor.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00355. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Harry Jackson II. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Palmer of the Public Defender's Office on behalf of Mr. Harry Jackson II, the gentleman who stands to my right.
And sir, you are Harry Jackson II, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be leaving this set for a preliminary examination.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Palmer?
It is, Your Honor.
So we'll leave on, the PCC is held, and we leave on for prelim on March 20th at 9 o'clock. That'll be next Thursday here at 9 o'clock a.m. Same as we are today, all right? Anything else for the record in docket 25-00355, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Palmer?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will see you next week at this time at 9 o'clock, all right? Thank you, sir. So then, which So let's go on the record in docket 24-02956. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Devin Frazier. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Ezell.
Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder, filling in for Attorney of Record Stephen Feigelson on behalf of Mr. Frazier.
All right. And sir, you are Devin Frazier, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Frazier?
If I can hear you.
Perfect. All right, thank you. This is the time set for a forensic review hearing, and I'll tell you what I've learned, and then we can provide any supplemental information for the record. This case dates back to October 31st, in which the defendant was found incompetent but restorable. We had a competency hearing on November 14th. And then a competency hearing on January 16th that we've set for control date. On February 28th, we set it for today's date. It's my understanding that there has been an updated evaluation and we're waiting the report to be done concerning the competency of Mr. Frazier. So any control date probably will be within 30 days, I would think. But that's the information I have at this point in time, and I'll put that at the review hearing. It's my understanding that the evaluation for competency, or the reevaluation, I think is a better way to put it. The reevaluation for competency has been done, and we are waiting the report.
Yes. That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, good.
Looks like that would have been done on the 11th.
I'm not sure when the evaluation was done, but that sounds right. So that would be the 11th of this month or last month?
This month, Your Honor. So this past Tuesday, it looks like, from the notes from Mr. Feigelson and his filing what Ms.
Perfect.
indicated.
So I'll put that evaluation. Was done on March 11th. And we're awaiting the report. Is that your understanding, Mrs. L? And would the people like to make any record?
It is my understanding, Your Honor, and the record that has been made is sufficient.
All right. Ms. Schroeder, anything you'd like to place on the record concerning, you added the date for March 11th, so we're waiting the report, and we'll probably set it about 30 days out.
Nothing further as to the review. I know that there are still pending those, there's some alleged bond violations that are still pending. I think they were bond. I don't know if they were actually filed or not. I know we got a report on something.
I have the PA 53. Of course, we can't go forward on the PA 53, but I do have a PA 53 on this file that was set. That's contempt hearing.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose track of that.
Yeah, I'll just make sure and make a note that we're adjourning any bond violation.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further than as to the defense. Thank you.
Any bond violation for competency reasons. All right, and we will reset, I would think 30 days out. And then if we get it before then, we can act accordingly.
Certainly.
So control date for report is set for?
April 24th at 9.
April 24th at 9 a.m. All right, we've set that report for April 24th at 9 a.m. So Mr. Frazier, we're awaiting the report for competency, and that'll come back. That should come back to us by April 24th. All right, sir?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-02956, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Not for the defense. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Frazier, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
And then, Your Honor, I had a question. I don't necessarily think we're going to see her today, but Miss Ramsey Caudell, I noticed was still on the docket, but a PSI was not completed.
Because.
She didn't show up.
They just set it for. I think. Oh, so there's no warrant for her. So we'll probably just see if she shows up for sentencing. Sometimes it happens.
I will state to the court that I got mixed up on this. I thought this was the original date. And I forgot, I did not realize until I was looking at my email this morning that this was actually a reset. So she may not have had notice of a reset, but I don't, and that is on me.
All right, well, we can reset it. I just don't expect her to be here because she didn't show up for the PSI.
If we could.
But stranger things have happened.
True enough, and I encouraged her to, I reached out to her and I have not heard back yet, but like I said, I got my dates mixed up.
All
I
right.
apologize for that.
All right, no worries.
All right, so if we
We
can.
did send her a notice to her last known address.
Okay.
February 4th, it looks like.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm just
Right.
making the court aware that my usual was not, I got myself mixed up.
All right. With that understanding, and so she should, well, that's a 9:30 case, so.
Yes, I just want to make the.
Just
court-
let me know.
Yeah, I'll look in the hallway.
All
If we
right.
could just short reset for that one so that I can at least
All right.
dot my i's and cross my t's. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Miss Donnelly's here are you here on Darcy Hill?
Yes.
Is Miss Hill with us?
No. No, Your Honor, she's not.
So you let me know when you want me to call that case.
Whenever.
Okay.
You know, it said at 8:30, so.
All right, Mrs. L, are you ready to go on Miss Hill? We're about an hour into that.
I am, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00470. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Darcy Hill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant who's not here.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for sentencing based on the representations of counsel. I do not see Ms. Hill in the Zoom courtroom. Ms. Hill is definitely not in the physical courtroom, and counsel has not seen Ms. Hill. Have you had any contact with Ms. Hill, Ms. Donnelly, concerning any matter?
Your Honor, she did have another court case earlier this week in 54B. She failed to appear for it. It appears from an email I got this morning at 8:14, because the assistant public defender on that case, Melissa Vachon, sent her an email about the bench warrant, and we actually got a reply saying that she won't be able to make it today either because she's sick in bed. But there's already been a bench warrant issued in 54B. This is not the first time that she's failed to appear. So, Your Honor, I have no excuse.
Right. I have at least one or two prior failed to appears. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today? It would appear the defendant failed to appear.
Your Honor, we would be requesting a bench warrant in this case. I'm not sure how the court would like to proceed with the bench warrant already being issued out of.
I'll issue a bench warrant on this file, since we already have one and we have previous bench warrants. So I'm gonna indicate the defendant failed to appear. A bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for the failed to appear on the sentencing. And then I'll issue, we also have a contempt violation. And I'll just piggyback that she failed to appear for that also. Let's see. But the warrant will be issued for the failed to appear at the sentencing. Anything else for the record in docket 24-00470, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Ms. Tomlin.
Not for defense.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. That was fast. To appear on a controlled substance. No. That's the sensing flow. Right. Keep going. Mr. Carter, what case are you here on?
Oh, I'm not here.
Okay, you're not here.
I'm
All
just
right.
trying to learn something.
See, sir, in post 2, visit 4, are you Charles Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, stand by, Mr. Johnson. You're in the right courtroom. We'll find your lawyer. All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00683. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Charles Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Yang.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Yang on behalf of Mr. Charles Johnson, who is joining us from the Eames County Jail, the Polycom. We consent to this hybrid hearing.
Thank you. And sir, you are Charles Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a PCC hearing. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a preliminary examination.
Okay. So we're leaving on for March 20th?
Yes.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Yang?
It is, Your Honor. He has a second case as well, and we're trying to work out a global resolution. We haven't quite gotten there yet. So hopefully by next week, we can get something going, but we will know whether or not we're running for next week. There are no discovery issues or anything of that nature that.
All right, perfect. So we're going to leave on for preliminary examination on March 20th at 9:30. That is a week from today at 9:30 a.m. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall, or we'll have you brought over. Anything else for the record in 25-00683, Mrs. L?
Not for the People.
Mr. Yang?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Johnson, we'll see you next week at this time. Thank you for your appearance today.
May I request a quick Zoom room with him?
Yes, and so if you join us, we'll throw you in a room with
Mr.
them.
Johnson, stay still for a sec so I can chat with you about what's going on, okay?
All right.
All right, so Mr. Johnson, we'll go ahead and put you in room 1. And then we'll put your Mr. Yang in room 1 when he joins us. All right, sir?
All right.
Yeah,
Guys, we're not muted, just saying.
What's that?
You're
Here's
not
Mr.
muted,
Yang.
just so you know.
Oh, thank you. In the Ingham Jail Post 2, that's Mr. Wells Tanner. All right. All right.
About to say he disappeared.
Oh, I'm
Let's call
sorry.
that case. No, you're okay. You're all right.
There a second ago.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24-03088. I'm sorry. That's 24-02432. 24-02432. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Craig Wells Tanner Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the records? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Austin.
And thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Jared Austin appearing on behalf of Mr. Wells Tanner. He appears with us remotely from the Ingham County Jail.
And sir, you are Craig Wells Tanner Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's me, sir.
Okay. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Wells Tanner?
Yes, yes, sir. I can hear you very well, sir.
All
Absolutely.
right, thank you. This is the time set for PCC on the matter, probable cause conference. Ms. Azell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we're going to be asking this be left set for the preliminary examination.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Austin?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So leave on for prelim for March 20th at 9:30. So Mr. Wells Tanner, we'll see you next week at the same time at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02432, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Austin,
Yes, Your Honor, if I may address bond.
you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wells Tanner's bond is currently set at a matter that he cannot and would not, I don't think, ever be able to afford to post. It's a substantially high cash surety bond. What I can say, Your Honor, and not trying to minimize the seriousness of the offenses that Mr. Wells Tanner is accused of, that he is presumed innocent of those charges. It appears from reviewing his criminal history, Your Honor, it's been upwards of at least 7 or 8 years ago that I could tell that he was last convicted of anything. The bulk of, if not all of Mr. Wells Tanner's prior history I think is nonviolent in nature. The overwhelming majority of it, as far as I could tell, Your Honor, consists of a lot of controlled substances offenses, nonviolent offenses involving drugs or alcohol. He has ties to the community. He's a lifelong resident of the community. As far as I'm aware, does not have a history of failing to appear in court. The last matter that he had approximately a year or so ago, which ultimately I think ended up being dismissed in the circuit court. My understanding is that he faithfully always appeared in court and did not have any pretrial release violations. So given that, Your Honor, I would ask the court to please consider granting Mr. Wells Tanner some relief in either the form or the amount of his bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. L, response.
Thank you, Your Honor. The charges that are in front of you today against Mr. Wells Tanner are very serious in nature, and I know that opposing counsel did not minimize the seriousness of those. However, the victim in this case did call the police completely terrified. That terror has not subsided at all. We are asking that you keep in mind the victim in this case, the one who called the police asking for help in this situation. There is a weapons charge, multiple weapons charges involved in this case, as a weapon was involved in the assault here. Additionally, Your Honor, there were children present when this assault occurred, so we would ask that that be kept in mind as well. We do believe that the high bond amount is justifiable in this case due to the seriousness of the allegations, but we will ultimately leave it to the court's discretion.
All right, thank you. There was a motion for bond at the bond hearing for it looks like double the amount. That was almost double. It's a pretty high bond even for the magistrate. I would indicate that this does involve allegations of a 20-year, a 4-year, and then 2 weapons charges, both with a handgun. And then this is a third offense notice that may be older in nonviolent offenses, but it is indicative of being involved in the system. It's 2000. The priors are 2006 in narcotics, 2017 a flee and elude. So this would be the third offense notice. I will not modify bond at this time, and we'll keep bond as is with the 30,000 cash surety. So bond request is denied at this time. Anything else for the record in 2402-432, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Austin?
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Mr. Wells Tanner, we'll see you next week at this time. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jared Austin. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Ready?
on the record in docket 24-0303652. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Denise Dennis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Ms. Robinson.
Karen Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Dennis.
All right, this is the time set for sentencing in the matter. And I do not see a Denise Dennis on the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the hallway. Ms. Robinson, have you any contact with Ms. Dennis pursuant to the sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Mrs. Zell, it would appear the defendant has failed to appear for sentencing today. How would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, we would be requesting a bench warrant be issued.
Any comment on that, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
So at this time, we'll issue, for the failed to appear for sentencing, we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. It was set for 9:30 and it is now 10:30, 10:26.
Do it on count three, to make sure it's the aim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I know we're gonna reset Ramsey, but let's put that on the record because do we reset it like before I leave?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Next week.
Okay.
I mean,
Now, Ms. Schroeder might be trapped.
yeah.
I did shoot her an email just in case, but if she's trapped, she's trapped.
Yeah, what do you do?
I heard Simmons has quite a docket tonight. so-
Does she?
You had already typed it down because.
And that, and she's doing prelims.
Yes.
Yep.
You want me to do it?
And we have
You want me to do it?
an APA from
all you gotta do
PPW
is
filling
just
in today.
PBW again and then
APA Maple is out.
No, PBW and then go over to count.
All right,
So
so who's
party
filling in
arguing
from
for
East
that.
Lansing?
Just do 0-3 for the count.
What's his name? I'm sorry, I'm so poor at names. His is APA George Anid.
I'm Georgia Need, Georges. I hadn't seen Mr. Need in a long time. I saw him last night. He was at the
Does it say assault and battery?
Cooley runs like an interview thing and
So,
he was there
yeah.
and
As long as it says
in true
assault and
form, Mr. Need, who I really like as I liked as a
Redo it
student,
at 7,
but he had no idea what he was doing. It was like, I'm here, they told me to be here, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, just answer the questions. You're gonna be fine. Just answer.
Count 3, but only F7. Yeah.
You know who I met last night at this function?
Who did you meet at speed?
It was a speed
Lawyers.
interviewer. Like every 6 minutes you met a new person.
Just went on speed dating.
It was a-
I almost said that.
It's
too,
a
like,
speed interview
lawyers for-
process. Like I sat next to Takura.
Oh, Judge, we're not muted.
I sat next to Takura. So we'll call to the case 24030088. That is Chasten Ramsey Cottle. And this is set for sensing today. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Ms. Schroeder.
And Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Miss Ramsey Caudell, who is not present. However, I did make a record earlier that there was some confusion on my part, so I did not do my usual, and I'd ask the court to be able to do an adjournment briefly.
We're going to do a courtesy reset. I'll set for the record that Ms. Ramsey Caudell has not done her pre-sentence report, so she still has to do that. She was failed to appear on March 13th, but because we're uncertain about some of the communication, we're going to reset this for sentencing because we'll give her an opportunity, a further opportunity, and we'll set it for.
Is 1 week enough time, Ms. Schroeder?
I'm not sure because I think since she has not done the PSI, I would urge her to make sure.
They're not gonna do it without a second time referral at this point, so we would have to set it way out for that.
I just don't know if the court is looking to do another referral.
I'm looking for a referral. She need a new pre-sentence set, but let's get her here first, and then we'll figure that out.
Okay.
So I can either do next week or 2 weeks.
Probably 2 weeks to be safe.
Yes.
Let's do the 27th at 9 o'clock,
Sentence April
March 27th.
27th, March 27th. At what time?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. All right, we'll do a courtesy reset for March 27th at 9 o'clock. In the meantime, Ms. Schroeder, if you talk to her, she can contact probation or try to contact probation to see if they can get a PSI in. At least that'll get the ball rolling, on some level. If not, then we'll act accordingly on March 27th.
All right, very good.
Anything else for the record in 24030088, Mrs. L?
Not for the People.
Ms. Schroeder.
Not for the defense. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. So you've got coverage over there for. All right, Ms. Schroeder, you're back to this Judge Simmons. Do you have any more cases there?
I do not. This was. They had several that were back to back to back that every time I.
Yeah, we also had Miss Robinson was.
She was being, and Judge kept asking for Miss Robinson, and I'm like, I know she's here, Your Honor.
We didn't have her that long. We only had her for like a minute and a half or a couple minutes, so.
Very fair, Your Honor. All right. Thank you.
All right, we will see you. I'll probably see you tomorrow.
I think I have. I've
feelings?
got stuff tomorrow. I don't know if I have it here.
Okay.
I might have stuff, so you probably will see me around.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Mrs. L, you're all set for making. Go work on your prelims for tomorrow, huh?
Woohoo.
Yeah. It does help in district court because there's a schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always kind of like that because you know what's coming up. And then I like Tri-County Metro, but that's more like you develop your own schedule. And so they're like, it's like you're kind of dependent on the organization of everybody else. So like you've got to be in Judge, you got to be in Mason at 9. I'm like, I do. Like, okay, Or I get a call from the judge's secretary and they'd be like, you're supposed to be at 10:30. And I'd be like, I'm on my way. And like, what? She's like, what does that mean? I'm like, that means I'm literally getting in the car and driving because I didn't know. I mean, that's the problem with that kind of organization is you're kind of lost.
I was just about to come see you. Well, thank you for everything.
All right, we'll see you.
Hi, Wendy. Hi, George.
Hi, Susan. How are you?
Stolen.
All right.
Lock the door on your way out.
Being stolen.
She must not have done her time card right. Oh,
That's something you want to learn because you don't want to.
yeah, you do not want that wrath.
Yeah.
Get a whole 15-minute meeting about that. Well, it's frustrating.